throne.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, class.
Good
Good
afternoon,
afternoon,
madam.
madam.
I
Sure.
didn't hear anything anymore. My name is Miss Jessie, and I'll be taking you through food microbiology. And let's quickly go through the course outline. Sent it on your class platform. I posted it on your WhatsApp platform. Um, but let's try and go through the course outline. All right. I told you to ignore the dates on the uh, course outline. So the course is food microbiology, and then the course code is 2 EVT 232. EVT 232. And the delivering approach, you are aware it will be online and face to face, both online and face to face. And you have some recommended texts that you can um, use together with the slides that I'll be sharing with you after the class. You can as well go through the nets and get um, any material that can be a supporting document or resource for you. We have assignments on the course outline. I will not take the assignment, but I would love you try your hands on the questions. Assessing the food, Ghana Food and Drugs Law, and provide the following information. You outline the major features of the law. You identify the common food processing malpractices that are prevalent in Ghana. And then you discuss two economic and health implications each of such malpractices. It will be best for you if you try your hands on the assignments. I will not take it like I said. Let's look at the course description. The purpose of this course is to review and equip students with the general knowledge of microorganisms with a particular emphasis on certain groups of microorganisms that are beneficial to food, including microbial spoilage of food, foodborne illness, and food fermentation. The course is designed to prepare students to carry out a simple microbiological test and analysis, have a well guided or grounded knowledge to help students understand, appreciate, and apply this knowledge in the subsequent courses such as food spoilage, food storage, food preservation, and food safety. Again, students will also study the Ghanaian food laws, be able to identify and control disease-causing microorganisms, and be able to apply the good sanitation practices in food producing establishments to reduce the incidence of foodborne disease or foodborne illness. In fact, those what the food microbiology course is all about. And the course objective, upon completing this course, we should be able to, one, describe the general characteristics of microorganisms, how they behave, and two, should be able to classify microorganisms based on their characteristics. Look at the various microorganisms that you'll be discussing. By the end of the course, you should be able to know the classes that each falls. Should be able to identify the names and characteristics of microorganisms that are commonly found in foods. Again, upon completing this course, you should be able to describe how different factors in and around foods affects microbial growth. So we look at the factors that influence or affect the growth of microorganisms. And we will also look at, upon completing the course, you should be able to also being able to identify the cause of multiplication and proliferation of mycotoxins. You look at what mycotoxins are, and then you know how they are multiplicated, and then the proliferation of the microtoxins. And then lastly, you should be able to describe the approaches used in applying yeast, molds, and bacteria during food fermentation. Oh, we still have other two objectives here. Should be able to outline the government's role in maintaining food safety. That is the food laws and regulations. HACCP, hazard analysis critical control point, how you be able to use the hazard analysis critical control point in maintaining food safety. And then the food safety law. Then lastly, should be able to describe the principal methods used to detect and identify microorganisms in food. All right, so the course contains, you look at microorganisms, some of the microorganisms, not all, but you look at a few of them, bacteria, fungi, viruses. You look at factors that affect microbial growth. You look at microscopy. You look at biotechnology. You look at water and sanitation. You look at mycotoxins. You look at food spoilage. You look at food enforcement and control agencies. For the teaching and learning strategy, I've already said that it is going to be both the virtuals we are doing now and then the face to face. And then assessments, you are aware you have your quizzes and then your um, exams. So that is so. And then how the schedule is being done. Um, how many weeks are we going to use for this block? This block is how many weeks?
4 weeks.
4 weeks. Okay. So in all, ideally, we are supposed to have um, at least 7 lectures, but we'll try and combine them. At least for this week, we can do 2 lectures, and then subsequently we will see how we'll be able to complete the 7 lecture. All right. So anything on the course outline before we move on to today's business? Felicity, your hand is
Madam,
up.
please. Madam, please, can we get the slides?
Of course, I'll send it to you. I think the course requested for the slides. I was stuck somewhere, so I couldn't send it to you. You have it when we are done with today's lecture.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Um, anything else? If yeah,
Yes, madam. Please, I saw the course outline. I saw assignment waiting, but you said you will not collect assignment, so I don't know. I think it's 10% here.
um, you do quizzes 2020 each. If you are lucky to have just one quiz, then that will be 40, and then the end of semester. But I advise you to try your hands on the quizzes. You might not know, maybe luck will be on your side, and then one can fall in the end of semester exams. So the 10 marks will be added to the quiz that you write.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you,
Yeah.
madam. Okay.
Mhm. Um, any other? All right. Okay, so let's move on to today's business. Food microbiology.
Hello.
Class, can you hear me now? Hello.
Hi.
Between
Please,
the
can you hear me
classes.
Yes,
now?
madam.
All right. Okay, so the content, we will start with a definition of terms. What is food microbiology? Food microbiology. It is the study of, can you see from the screen I have shared?
Yes, madam.
All right.
Yes.
It is the study of microorganisms that inherit, create, or contaminate food. Food microbiology is the study of microorganisms that inherit, that create, or contaminate food. One thing you should bear in mind is that not all microorganisms are harmful microorganisms. We have beneficial microorganisms that are used for food production, that are used for fermentation of food. Okay, so the study of microorganisms, how they survive, how they create, and how they contaminate food is what food microbiology is about. It involves understanding the role these microorganisms, such as bacteria, viruses, fungi, parasites, found in food production, in food foliage and burn, food-borne illness. The role these microorganisms play in food production, in food spoilage, and food illness or food-borne diseases. Microorganisms or microbes are organisms that are not seen by the naked eyes. Okay, unless maybe with the aid of a microscope or under a microscope. And then the main areas covered in food microbiology include food spoilage, foodborne pathogens, fermentation. All right, so let's take them one after the other. Food spoilage. This involves studying how and why food deteriorates over time. Why is it that you cook food, you harvest food, you leave the food there for some time, and after some time, the food will start deteriorating? Microorganisms such as bacteria, yeast, and molds are often responsible for the deterioration or the spoilage of food products, leading to changes in the taste, leading to changes in the smell, the texture, and the appearance of the food once it starts deteriorating or once it goes bad. Okay. Then the foodborne pathogens. This area also focuses on microorganisms that cause diseases when ingested through the contaminated food. So when you eat food that has been contaminated by microorganisms, these microorganisms causes a lot of foodborne pathogens or these foodborne pathogens or foodborne microorganisms cause a lot of foodborne illness or foodborne infection. We have Salmonella typhi that causes typhoid. We have Escherichia coli or E. coli. We have the Leishra. We have the norovirus. They are all pathogens, or they are all microorganisms that causes foodborne illness or foodborne diseases. And understanding how these pathogens or microorganisms survive, how they grow and produce toxins, helps in developing methods to prevent foodborne illness. When you understand how these microorganisms survive in food, the favorable conditions that supports their livelihood or their survival in food, you'll be able to also develop method that you can adapt in preventing these microorganisms from surviving in food. If a microorganism is able to survive in food when there is enough moisture in the food, what do? It means you should also develop a method in eliminating or removing the moisture that supports the survival of the microorganism. Do we all agree with that?
Yes,
Hello?
Madam.
Yes.
Yes. So when you understand how these microorganisms or pathogens survive or grow and produces toxins in food, it will help you to also develop the strategy or methods to prevent them from even surviving in food, hence preventing foodborne illness or foodborne diseases. Then the fermentation, have said this at the commencement of the lesson that we do have microorganisms that are beneficial. It is not all microorganisms that are harmful. Okay, so microorganisms that are used in fermentation of beverages, fermentation of food, are beneficial microorganisms. The harmful ones are the pathogens, and then we have the beneficial ones. The microorganisms that are used to produce a wide varieties of fermented foods and beverages, such as yogurt. When you are making yogurt, those of you know how to prepare um, fresh yogurt will bear with me that you intentionally introduce microorganisms into the milk, okay, the culture, and allow them to multiply and cause fermentation in the
Monko
food.
misia de na mo ha me sa. You guys should go. Hurry up. Give it to me. What is it? What is it?
Devil, can you mute yourself?
Clean it and you guys should go. It's okay. You guys should go. Boy, you give it to you. Okay. Okay.
Hello, sweetheart. Mute yourself, okay, please.
Thank you. All right. So, like I said, these microorganisms are used to produce a wide variety of fermented foods and beverages, such as yogurt, cheese, bread. When you are making bread, we intentionally introduce the yeast, which is also microorganisms, and then the yeast causes the bread to ferment. In the production of beer and wine, we have special yeast that are also introduced in the production of beer and wine that causes the beverage to ferment. Now, the study of beneficial microbes and their metabolic processes is very crucial for optimizing fermentation and ensuring product quality and safety. If you don't understand how these beneficial microbes react and causes the fermentation, you may end up producing a product that may be over fermented or can even lead to unwholesome food or beverage production. Okay, so it is very necessary to understand how these beneficial microbes and their metabolic process is, so that you'll be able to maximize or optimize the fermentation process and ensure a quality and safety product. All right. Food safety and hygiene. Food safety and hygiene. This also involves developing methods and protocols to prevent contamination and also to ensure that food products are safe for consumption. Of course, when you want to ensure that food that are produced are wholesome, then you need to also ensure that you observe all the cleaning protocols, all the hygienic protocols, so that whatever product that is being produced is wholesome for consumption. Okay, and this includes the study of the HACCP, hazard analysis critical control point system. You need to study the sanitation practices. You need to study the regulatory standards that are set forth by the food regulation laws. Then we have the probiotics and functional foods. Probiotics and functional foods. This area also studies beneficial microorganisms that can be added to food to promote health. It is not every microorganism or any microorganism that can be added to food. You need to yes, you need to study how these beneficial microorganisms are added to food to promote health. And then probiotics are live bacteria that provide health benefits when consumed adequate amounts. When you consume probiotic bacteria, they are not harmful. They are rather beneficial, and they are often used in the production of yogurt and dairy products. They are used in the making of cheese. We even have certain cheese or some cheese that are best consumed when mold grow on it. Okay. And then we are going to look at food as a complex ecosystem. Food as a complex ecosystem. Please, any question on the areas that we just discussed, the focal areas in food microbiology? Any question on that? Should we move on?
Yes, please.
Yes,
Yes,
madam.
please.
Okay, so let's look at food as a complex ecosystem. Yes, food is considered to be a complex ecosystem encompassing a dynamic and interactive network of organisms. The chemical compounds that are found in the food, and then even the environmental factors. Okay, so here is a deeper look at those concepts. The microbial diversity. The food environment hosts a vast diversity of microorganisms, including bacteria, including yeast, molds, and viruses. And these microorganisms can be beneficial, they can be neutral, or they can be harmful, influencing the food ecosystem in various ways. So we'll be looking at the beneficial ones, we'll be looking at the harmful ones. The beneficial microorganisms, like the lactobacillus that are used in the production of yogurts and cheese, contribute to the fermentation and enhancing the flavor and nutritive value of the food. So the microorganisms that are intentionally introduced in dairy products in the production of yogurt or cheese, that's lactobacillus. It is a microorganism. They contribute to the fermentation of the yogurt, the fermentation of the the cheese. And then for flavoring too, it is the microorganisms that enhances or improve on the flavor. And then not only the fermentation and the flavor, but it also add to the nutritional value of the food or the dairy products. We have the spoilage microorganisms, such as the Pensidomonas species. They are mostly found in meats and milk or dairy products. They also cause food to deteriorate quickly. That is why when you leave your meat there without giving it the right temperature or without cooking it, it easily goes bad. The same thing applies to milk. Once milk is canned, it can stay there for a number of years or months that it has been preserved for. But once you open it and you do not keep it in the refrigerator or the freezer, it will quickly go bad because of the microorganisms that are found in the atmosphere. Once they settle on it, it will cause the deterioration and spoilage. We have the pathogenic microorganisms. Those include the Salmonella, Escherichia coli, or the E. coli, which can cause foodborne illness. Now let's look at the microbial interaction. Remember, I said that for the food as a complex ecosystem, we are looking at the microbial diversity, how these microorganisms each reacts or work on food. Some act as a beneficial, others act as a spoilage microorganism, others also act as a disease-causing microorganism, which is the pathogens or the microbial pathogens. Let's look at the second one, which is the microbial interaction. How these microorganisms interact. Now, microorganisms in food interact with each other and with their environment, leading to the complex dynamics. It's just like human beings. Human beings depend on each other for their survival. You may need the help of person A. person A may need the help of person E. Person E may need the help of person E. So that is how the microorganisms also interact. They interact with each other and with their environment. And thus leads to the complex nature or dynamic of these microbes. Some microorganisms work together to enhance each other's growth. So pneumonia, so then we all grow together. For instance, in the fermentation of food, different bacteria and yeast may collaborate to create a stable fermentation process, meaning without one may not give you the best fermentation, hence the best flavor that you may be looking for when you are making your yogurt or your cheese. So they collaborate with each other, they interact with each other, and then with the help of each other, they are able to work and create a stable fermentation process. Certain microorganisms also produce substances that inhibits the growth of others. Some act in a way of protecting their territory so that other microorganisms will not be able to survive in those areas. A typical example is the lactic acid bacteria. When lactic acid bacteria is found in a specific milk, it produces the lactic acid, preventing other microorganisms from surviving in the dairy product or that milk. Okay, the lactic acid bacteria produces acid that can cause inhibit pathogens bacteria. So without the lactic acid bacteria, none or no other microorganisms or pathogens can survive in that environment. Okay, so you see how they behave. Some, just like human beings, we have people who may always want to isolate themselves. They don't want people to come near them or around them. They are always protecting their territory. And we also have others that depends on other people for their survival. Okay, they always want people around them. And that is how the microorganisms behave. Any question before we move to the third one? Any question? Any question? All right, let's move on. Let's look at the third thing, which is the chemical composition of the microorganism. I'm getting a feedback. Okay. So the chemical composition, the chemical makeup of food, including the nutritive nature of the food, the water content of the food,
That's why you know.
pH of the food, the oxygen level of the food may profoundly influences.
That's okay.
Who is this? May also influence the growth and survival or the activity of these microorganisms. Certain microorganisms may not be able to survive in a high pH level when food is so acidic. Certain microorganisms may not be able to survive in there. When food are highly nutritious, especially the protein content, microorganisms are able to survive in that environment and can cause food spoilage quickly. Water content. Most microorganisms also survive at a high moisture content, which also influence their survival and then the activities that they perform. The oxygen level of food also influences highly the growth and the activities of microorganisms. For instance, certain foods, when are kept in the fridge or freezer compartment with a low temperature, the microorganisms do not die. Rather, the activities are being hindered. So they become inactive. Once they come out from that low temperature and then they get the warm temperature they need, then they start becoming what? Active. They start to be active and react in the food that they find themselves. Okay. The nutrients like protein, nutrients like carbohydrates, fats, vitamins, minerals present in food serve as a substrate for microbial metabolism. The pH level, the acidity, and the alkalinity of food also affects microorganisms' growth and survival. Acidic environments like pickles, when you use plus a minute. Yeah. Okay, so when you use vinegar in pickling food, the food becomes so acidic that microorganisms may not be able to survive in there. We have the pickle flavor acid tolerant bacteria. Okay, so these bacteria may not be able to survive in highly acidic environments. Some are also able to survive in there. Some are acidic or acid tolerant bacteria. They can still survive when you pickle it. And that is why when you pickle food and after some time, the food can start deteriorating. Even when you keep food in the refrigerator, after some time, the food can still go bad. It means whichever medium that you use in preventing the microorganism from spoiling, it has a limitation. All right, then we have the water content. The availability of water in food also impacts microbial growth. Foods that are highly they have a high content of moisture. Such food easily go bad. They easily go bad because most microorganisms survive in a highly water environment or moisture environment. Food with low water activity, like dry fruits, like flour, like dry legumes or dry cereals, are less prone to microbial spoilage. They are less prone to microbial spoilage. Microorganisms cannot survive in there because of the limited or low water content. Okay. Another complexity ecosystem of food is the environmental factor. Environmental factor. The external external environment of microorganisms also play a crucial role in shaping the food ecosystem. What are some of the external factors or the environmental factors? We have temperature, we have oxygen, we have how food are being handled, the mechanical handling and processing of food. Okay, so for the temperature, temperature controls the rate of microbial growth. Refrigeration slows down microbial activity, while the warmer temperature can accelerate it. When you keep food in the room temperature, the food is likely to go bad quickly. But when you keep it in the refrigerator, it can go for days or weeks. When food are kept in the refrigerator, it doesn't mean that microorganisms are dead, like I said, but you rather slows down the activity. So they will still react or work on the food, but the activity is on the low. And after some time, the food can go bad. Now, the oxygen availability also determines which types of microorganisms can grow in the food. We have the aerobic microorganisms, which requires oxygen, whereas the anaerobic ones also do survive in the absence of what? Oxygen. So neither here nor there. When you are lucky to find the ones that can survive without oxygen, and then you place it in the non-oxygen area, you are good to go. But when you keep them, and then let's say in an oxygen place where there is availability of oxygen, of course, the ones that survive becomes active with the presence of oxygen will react on the food. And then when you decide also to keep it at a place where there is the absence of oxygen, the ones that also survive in the absence of oxygen will also react on the food. Then we have the mechanical handling of food, the processing and handling also influence the or play a crucial role in shaping the food ecosystem. Methods such as cooking, such as pasteurization. What is pasteurization? Pasteurization. Have you done issues in food safety and sanitation in the first block?
No, madam.
Madam.
All right. But I know you did a food course in the first block or in your previous classes, and you've come across pasteurization. What were you to pasteurization? What is pasteurization? Yes, class. What is pasteurization?
Madam,
Hello.
please. I think it's
Mhm.
when you use heat to kill pathogens in food.
In food? Is it all
Yes.
food?
No, liquid foods or uh,
Mhm. Yes, any other person? Any other
Madam, please,
person?
can we say that applying high heat to foods in order to make the food safe, specifically that of milk?
Yes. Okay, so pasteurization is just the use of heat in destroying microorganisms that may be present in food, especially the dairy products or the liquid ones. In the preparation or in the production of fruit juice, mostly they use high temperature in destroying microorganisms that may be present in the food. And then the pasteurization is done in such a way that the nutrients may not be what's destroyed, in as much as you are using a high temperature in killing any pathogens that may be present. You should also look at maintaining the nutritive value as well. So yes, pasteurization is the use of heat in destroying pathogens that may be present in liquid products, especially milk or fruit juice. Okay, all right. So in methods in the process and handling of food, methods such as cooking, such as pasteurization and packaging also influences microbial presence and behavior. Yes, packaging can also influence the survival of micro organism. I think in your next block or next two block, you do the issues in food safety and sanitation. You go into details, much of the pasteurization and then food packaging. You realize that when packaging is not properly done, microorganisms, if care is not taken, you leave a microorganism in the food and then the food can start deteriorating even when the food has been processed. Okay, the least mistake you do, you can reintroduce microorganisms into food even when the food is properly processed. I have bought a tin tomatoes from the market, and after opening the can, I saw maggots, tiny, tiny maggots in the tin tomatoes. And you ask yourself, how did that happen? How did that happen? You realize the market women, especially those who do not have their own shop, they sell on the table. They bring the things out, and after selling or in the evening, they pack everything back into a locker. Now, in the process of bringing it in and out of from the locker to the table and then back to the locker, the tin can scratch. And I don't know if any one of you, especially the girls, growing up, you scratch a tin on the surface of the cement or each other, and then the tin will open. Have you witnessed that before? Or have you done that before? Growing up, ukobon kura, how do you get your things to cook your food? Yes,
Yes, exactly as you
share your
described it.
experience. Sorry?
Exactly as you described it.
Yes, you scratch it. So
Yes.
during the packing to the table, I mean, bringing it to the tabletop and then packing it back to the locker, definitely the team will be scratching each other. And once, sorry, once the tin scratch and there is a little opening, you know, in the market, there is a whole lot of house flies that settle on anything. Once they settle at the edge or where the opening is, they defecate. And the result of the what happens when house flies defecate on food. Maggots will start what? They hatch, they lay their eggs, and then the eggs, they will start hatching maggots. So I think that was what happened. Okay, that's, resulted in the maggots I said I saw when I bought the 10 tomatoes. So imagine if at the production level, the canning is not properly done, even the sealing of your tin, the sealing of your bottle is not properly done. You give room for microorganisms to come back, even though you have treated it, especially when you use the sterilization method in packaging your products. You pasteurize the products, you sterilize the container you use in packaging. But when sealing is not properly done, when there is an opening, microorganisms can easily come into contact to the food and cause the spoilage of the food. So the way packaging is done also influence microbial presence and the behavior of these microorganisms. Any question up to this level? Any question up to this level? Class,
Please,
can you hear
madam.
me? Yes, my
Please,
dear.
madam.
Mm-hmm.
The chemical composition of microorganisms in food. No, I didn't get that point clear.
The chemical composition of
Yes.
food as a complex ecosystem. All right.
Yes, madam.
So the chemical makeup of food, I said we have the nutrient contents of the food. We
Okay.
have the pH level of the food, and then we have the water activity of the food. We all believe that nutrients are chemical compounds that are found in food after digestion, right?
Yes, madam.
Yes. And protein, carbohydrates, fats, vitamins, and minerals influence the survival of microorganisms in food. In fact, when you take protein foods, the microorganisms that causes protein food to go bad is not the same as microorganisms that causes carbohydrate food to go bad. So what you realize that when you have a carbohydrate food like banku or kenke, when it goes bad, the characteristics or the features, the symptoms that you see is not the same as when you use meat to prepare soup and then the soup go bad. Please, are we all there?
Yes, please.
When you prepare egg stew and then the egg stew go bad, the signs you see in the egg stew, is it the same as when banku or when your kenke goes bad? When fresh tomato gets spoiled, sorry, the symptoms you see, is it the same as when fat or when an oil goes bad, when an oil goes rancid? The symptom you see, is it the same as when fresh tomato goes bad or gets spoiled? No. This should tell you that the major nutrients that are found in that food is contributing to the type of bacteria that causes the spoilage and how these bacteria behave in the food. Please, are we there?
Please, yes.
All right. And then the pH level. I have said that certain microorganisms survive with a high pH. Others also survive with a low pH. So depending on the pH level of the food determines the type of microorganisms that may be present in the food, their activity, and how they behave in the food. And I even gave an example of the acid tolerant bacteria. They are bacteria that can survive in a high pH pH food, or when the food has a lot of what? Acid. These acid tolerant bacteria are able to survive in it. And then water activity. We all believe that water is a chemical. What's the chemical composition of water? Hydrogen to oxygen, right? Yes. So the availability of water in food also impacts or influence the growth of what? Microorganisms. And I said that dry foods, dry legumes, dry cereals, dry fruits are less prone for microorganisms. Why? Because most microorganisms survive in a high water environment or high moisture environment. So when you have high water or high moisture environments and microorganisms find its way there, they reproduce and they replicate or multiply rapidly and causes spoilage. But when it is less, they hardly come into contact with the food. Even when they come into contact with the food, because they will not get the moisture, the needed moisture to survive in there, they will die. My dear, are you okay with the chemical composition?
Please, yes, madam.
All right.
Thank you,
Any
madam.
other? You're welcome. Any other? Any other? All right. Now let's look at the ecological succession. Ecological succession. The microbial community in food can change over time, going through their ecological succession. The initial colonizers, the first microorganism to inhabit the food, often coming from the environment or the raw material. So the ecological succession of food also makes the food a complex ecosystem. And we are saying that the first microorganism that comes into contact with the food, whether from the environment or from the raw food, influence the survival or influence the spoilage of food, whether there will be additional microorganisms coming into contact with the food or will produce a substance that will prevent other microorganisms from coming into contact with the food. That is the initial colonizers. And then we have the intermediate stages. As the environment within the food changes, such as when the pH drops or the pH increases during the fermentation. Who is this? During the fermentation can also, influence the microorganism, different microorganism from becoming what? Dominant. And then the stable communities. the stable communities. Eventually, a relatively stable community may establish, particularly in fermentation foods, where a specific desirable microorganisms are dominant. Okay, so these three are the ecological succession when it comes to food as a complex ecosystem. Now, the impacts on food quality and safety. The impact.
Madam, please, can you go over the stable communities again for me?
All right. The stable community, that is when a relatively stable community is established, especially during the fermentation process, where a specific desirable, where the amount of microorganisms needed for the fermentation is what achieved. When you are using, or when you have the right microorganisms that causes the fermentation, then the microorganism can become dominant, and then they will start reacting on the food. Okay, when you happens to get a microorganism that may produce substance like acid that will prevent other microorganisms from coming into contact with the food, then that only microorganism will do whatever or perform the activity that it is supposed to do in the food, either by causing it to go bad, or in this case, causing the food to ferment. Now, when you get any other microorganism that can interact with other microorganisms, there will be a stable community which will also, perform the activity that they need to, or they are supposed to perform in the food to either cause spoilage, or in the case of fermentation, cause the food to ferment. So having a stable community is where the desirable microorganisms are gotten in a specific amount to cause fermentation or to perform the activity that they are supposed to perform in the food. Is it okay now?
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Okay. Now let's move to the impacts on food quality. The food as a complex ecosystem impacts on food quality and safety. One, understanding the food ecosystem is essential for managing food quality and safety. Just like when you ask the importance of food ecosystem, what is the importance of food ecosystem, or the impact of the food ecosystem on food quality and safety? One is when you understand the food ecosystem, how these microorganisms survive, how they interact with each other, how they cause the spoilage or fermentation, the activities that they perform in food. When you understand the ecosystem, it is essential for managing food quality and safety. Two, by controlling factors such as temperature, moisture, we can reduce what? Spoilage. When you understand them, you'll be able to control the factors that causes or that support their survival. And when you are able to identify the things that survive, that support their survival, and you are able to control those factors, or you are able to eliminate those factors, you prevent the food from getting what? Spoiled, right? 3, techniques like fermentation and the use of preservatives exploit microbial interaction to extend shelf life. Fermentation and then the use of preservatives, adding food preservative can interfere with the microbial interaction, which in the long run will extend the shelf life of the food or the products. Now, 4, when one implements the practices such as the hazard analysis and critical control points, ensures that a harmful microorganisms are kept in check. When you implement the practice such as good management practices, when you observe the cleaning protocols or the hygienic protocols, it ensures that all harmful microorganisms that can cause food spoilage, that can cause foodborne illness will always be kept in check. Now, one will ask what HACCP is. The HACCP, which is the Hazard Analysis Critical Control Point, is a system or a systematic approach that is used to identify and control hazards that are likely to occur in food production process to ensure food safety. For example, let's assume you are a beverage producer. Okay, maybe you produce fruit juice for sale. Now, in the production of your fruit juice, right from where raw materials are gotten, like from the farmyard where the fruits are harvested, through to when the product is produced and sealed, you need to do some analysis. Okay, you look at this process step by step or stage to stage and see if there could be a hazard. Now, once you identify the hazard, how do you control the hazard? And that is all what the HACCP system is about. You identify a hazard and you control the hazard in the food production process. And this is done to ensure food safety. So once you implement the practice or this practice, once you implement the practice of good management practice, like observing the cleaning protocols, keeping your facility where the food processing is done, keeping the place clean, observing all the hygienic protocol, you do so to ensure that any harmful microorganism or any food pathogens that may cause contamination, that will make food unwholesome, are always kept in check. Please, are we all there?
Yes,
Are we all
madam.
there? All right.
Yes, madam.
Any question up to this level? Any question? All right. Now let's look at the microorganisms. Let's look at microorganisms. We are moving to lecture 2. Had wanted us to handle this in our second 2-hour class. Okay. Any question? Let me go over so that we start this in our second lecture. Any question? If there is no question, then I'll start asking you questions. So, Okay, so what is food microbiology? What is food microbiology? Should I start mentioning names? Okay, Becky Paulson. Becky. What is food microbiology? Budin Ekuyamanfo.
And please, I'm online. I said that it is the study of microorganisms that contaminate food. So the foods that has been getting spoiled, it is caused by microorganisms. So when we study them and then we know which microbes spoils foods and other, that's the food microbiology, the study of the microorganisms.
Becky, can you come again?
I'm
The
saying that
definition.
food microbiology is the study of microorganisms that inhibit or create or contaminate food. And I understand that the food that gets spoiled, it is caused by microorganisms. So when we study to know which microorganism that spoils food and other things, that's the study of the microorganism. That's the food microbiology.
All right. My second question is does all microorganisms causes food to go bad?
No,
Does
madam.
all microorganisms causes food?
We have beneficial microorganisms
Okay,
because we need some of the microorganisms to for food to be fermented.
good.
And then yes, and then the fungi, for instance, it's also a beneficial microorganism because we get mushroom from them.
Good. All right. Thank you. All right. We have areas in food micro biology, the main areas. So you give me the area and then what's that area involves. Okay. Um who else? Abigail Mason. Abby.
Yes, madam.
So you tell us any area, the main areas covered in the food microbiology, and then you tell us a little about it. Okay. All right. So tell us.
Madam, please, food spoilage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so food spoilage, it has to do with how food is contaminated by microorganisms.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, madam.
All right. So how food goes bad by the contamination of microorganisms. Okay, it is always microorganisms that causes food to go bad. Okay. Any other person? Who else? Who else?
Madam, fermentation.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we can also say that microorganisms also they are used in fermenting foods such as yogurts,
Okay.
and then bread.
All right. Yes. Any other? Mm-hmm. Who else did I call? Let me go down. Deborah. Deborah J. Asamoah. Debbie, please, when I mention your name, you unmute yourself before you talk. Debbie. Okay. Charlotte Nkrumah. Charlotte. Charlotte Nkrumah.
Yeah, madam, please. Another area is the foodborne pathogens.
Okay.
And with the foodborne pathogens, the focus is on microorganisms that cause disease after we've eaten a contaminated food. So just as we said, some of the microorganisms are beneficial, others are they causes diseases. That's the pathogenous microorganisms. For them, when you eat food that has been contaminated by them, there's a disease that comes out of that. So we look at the foodborne pathogens.
All right. Can you give me any example of food pathogens that causes foodborne illness or foodborne diseases?
Madam, we have the Escherichia coli.
Okay.
Escherichia coli that causes the diarrhea, or is it
The
diarrhea or
salmonella.
something like that?
Yes. Escherichia coli.
Alright,
Escherichia
okay.
coli. Or you can
Escherichia
just
coli.
go E. coli. We have the Salmonella typhi or Salmonella paratyphi. We have the Listeria. We have the norovirus. We have a lot, a lot. Then in fact, in your next block, whoever takes you through issues in food and sanitation, you realize we have a lot of microorganisms that causes so many foodborne illness. Even the hepatitis, we have two hepatitis that are caused by these foodborne pathogens. We have the hepatitis A and then the hepatitis E. They are the only foodborne viruses. Okay, all right. Now let's look at the food aspect. Yes, my dear.
Hello, madam. Madam, please, I would like to know food poisoning and foodborne pathogens, are they the
Food
same?
poisoning and foodborne pathogens. Is that a question?
Are they the
No.
same?
No, poisoning is the
No.
illness comes as a result of eating.
Foodborne pathogens are microorganisms that causes food to go bad. The organisms, the harmful organisms are the pathogens. And food poisoning can come as a result of the toxins from these pathogens, or we have the chemical toxins that can be produced in the food or introduced into the food. We can get food poisoning from, let me give you example of the one that are produced in the food. We have cyanide that are produced in cassava. Okay, it is a poison, but this poison is not produced by microorganisms. Neither is it something that was intentionally introduced into the food, intentionally or unintentionally, introduced into the food, but it comes in a biological form. And then one can unintentionally introduce chemicals into food. For instance, maybe you spray your kitchen with insecticide spray, and there was a residue or leftover particle found itself in the food, which can also cause food poison. And then we have toxins, that's microorganisms that causes food spoilage, releases in the food, in or on the food. When one consumes that too, can lead to food poison. So they are not the same. The foodborne pathogens are the microorganisms that causes food to go bad, and then the food poison is when the food is introduced into, or when there is an introduction of toxic substance into the food. And it could be done by the microorganism. It could be a biological way, or it could be unintentionally or intentionally adding chemical to food. Even the food additives that we add to food, some can cause food poison. Yes, some can cause food poison. So they are not the same idea. Okay?
Okay, thank you,
You're
madam.
welcome. Yes, any other question? I asked a question, right? What was the question I asked? Yes. Okay. So
The person, you were explaining, and then this question came. You were explaining the foodborne pathogens, and then my sister asked that question.
Anything.
Hello.
Hi.
Is Madam gone? Or her network is not good?
I think so.
Hello, class. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
please.
your network
Forgive
went.
me. My lights went off and the Wi-Fi I'm using uses light, so it also went off.
Okay.
All right. Someone was talking before the line went off.
No, Madam, you asked whether you asked the question, and I said
Yes, yes, yes. Mhm.
that the question was on the areas that covered in food microbiology, and you were explaining some of the microorganisms that causes diseases, and my sister asked the question, the difference between food poisoning and then foodborne pathogens.
Thank you. You are the only righteous person here. The rest were not paying attention. Oh,
Hey.
okay.
Please,
Mhm.
we
All right. Let's move on. So my next question was um, the food as ecosystem. Debbie. Okay. All right. The food as an ecosystem, we said that food can be considered as a complex ecosystem encompassing a dynamic and interactive network of microorganisms. And we discussed the chemical compounds and then the environmental factors. Now, the first one, which is the microbial diversity, what did we say on the microbial diversity of um, microorganism, making the food a complex ecosystem? Yes. Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Why
Madam,
that
please. Madam,
food?
please. No one. What I heard over there is we said with the microbial diversity, some of the microorganisms can be beneficial, some are neutral, and some can also be harmful. And with this way, they can, like I said earlier, they can be beneficial, they can be harmful, and they can be either neutral.
Okay. So when you look at the food environment, it can host a lot of microorganisms, whether from the beneficial or from the harmful microorganism group or from the neutral group. We have a lot. We have the bacteria. Bacteria can be a beneficial, can be harmful, it can be neutral. Yeast can be beneficial, can be harmful. Molds can be beneficial, can be harmful. Viruses. So the food ecosystem hosts a lot of microorganisms, and that makes the food environment a microbial diversity. Please, are we there? All right. And then for the beneficial, we said that they are mostly used for the benefits of the food production, especially when in the case of fermentation, it also add up to the nutritive value and improve the flavoring of food. And then the harmful ones, we have the ones that causes spoilage and then the ones that causes foodborne illness. The one that causes spoilage are the ones that allow food or causes food to go bad. And then the ones that causes food-borne illness or food disease are the pathogenic microorganisms. What of the microbial interaction? Food being an environment for microorganisms to interact. Yes, what did we also discuss here?
Madam, please, that one too, I also learned that some of the microorganisms themselves produce some acids or substances that inhibit the growth of the others. So when they produce those acids, the other microorganism cannot live or cannot survive in that environment. Hello, madam. Hello, madam.
Please, madam, we can't hear you.
I learned that the light has gone again, so maybe.
Hey, sorry, I've muted myself. Okay, so they are trying to be selfish by protecting their territory, and they do so by producing
Please,
certain
we're not
chemicals.
hearing it earlier.
Okay, I said our sisters, what she said, um, some of the microorganisms try to protect their territory. They prevent others from coming into the environment that they find themselves. And they do so by producing certain substance or chemicals to um, prevent or inhibit the growth of what others. And then we gave an example of the lactic acid bacteria, okay, producing acid that will inhibit the pathogenic bacteria from coming into that environment. All right. Is that all on the microbial interaction? The microbial interaction, is that all? Okay, the chemical composition. Chemical composition. Anything on the chemical composition? Yes. Anything on the chemical composition?
Yeah, madam, please, with the chemical composition, I also learned about the pH levels of the food. He said when the food is the acidity and then the alkalinity of the food can affect the growth of the microorganism. So some they can survive in the acidic nature or alkalinity nature of the food, or some too they cannot survive in those environments. So the pH of the food can also cause that. That is what I also learned there.
All right. Any other? Yes. The pH level of food also makes the food a complex ecosystem. Because certain microorganisms can survive in a high pH, others too can survive in a low pH, whereas others can even survive in a neutral um, pH. Yes, the chemical composition. Any other? Any other?
Madam, please,
Yes.
I think we talk about the water activity, and then
Okay.
in that one you said that some of the microorganism grows well where there is a lot of moisture. So in that case, if certain foods are kept near um, places that are full of water, it is likely that they will go bad easily. You name dry fruit, dry most of the dry things. They don't normally go bad than those food that has a lot of water.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, the availability of water in food also affect or influence the survival of microorganisms. Most microorganisms survive in a highly water or moisture content environment. All right. Any other? Any other? Um, the last person should add the last one, still under the chemical composition. And then if you look at the environment, the ecological succession, and then we go for break and come back when it is due. Mhm. Yes. All right. Now let's look at the environmental factors. What are some of the environmental factors or external conditions that plays a crucial role in shaping the food ecosystem? That makes the food ecosystem a complex ecosystem. What are some of the external factors that makes the food a complex ecosystem? Mm-hmm. Yes. Ernestina. Oh, okay.
Madam, please,
Um,
again. Oh, it is raining heavy. I can't hear anything.
all right. The question I'm asking, what are some of the environmental factors or the external conditions that play a crucial role in shaping the food ecosystem, or that make the food as a complex ecosystem?
Hello,
Yes,
madam.
Ernestina.
Madam,
MS.
the temperature in that area affects is an external condition that affects the storage of food, and
Okay.
also and also After the temperature, processing, how you process and handling the food will also affect its behavior, whether the packaging will lead to how you package them. It will lead to other storage or
Okay. So the temperature influence the growth of microorganisms. Okay. When you give microorganisms a warm temperature, microorganisms survive well in a warm temperature. So when the temperature is controlled, when you give it a low temperature, you inhibit their activity. When you give them a high temperature, you destroy their activity. But when they get the lukewarm, that's warm temperature, they really survive well in there. And then the processing and handling too, like she said, um, how cooking is done, the cooking method used, the pasteurization and packaging also influence the presence of microorganisms and how they behave in food. All right. Class, we will end here and go for break. I'm giving you 15 minutes. We'll come back when it is 2:10. Okay. All right. So see you in the next 15 minutes.
See you, madam.
Please, she gave us how many minutes? She said she'll be back at 2:10.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Patricia Mensah, so you there? You there?
Hello, please, is Madam back?
Hello, class.
Hello, madam.
Class, can you hear me?
Yes, madam. Yes, please.
Hello, class. Hey,
Hello, madam.
okay, okay. I can hear you.
Hello, madam.
All right, welcome back. Where did we get to? Did we just go over the environmental factors? Yes.
Yes, madam.
Okay. Now let's go over the ecological succession and look at the importance of food as a complex ecosystem on the impact of food quality and um, food safety. And we move on to the various groups of microorganisms. All right, so the ecological succession, what did we discuss on that one as well? Ecological succession. We said that it is a microbial community in food and it keeps on changing over time. Going through the ecological system, we discussed the three ecological succession, the initial colonizers, the intermediate stages, and then the stable communities. Yes, what does the initial colonizers mean? What does it mean? Okay, Efia,
Yes, madam.
yes. Anything on the initial colonizers? What are the initial colonizers?
Madam,
Are
please,
they
I don't know
human
anything on it.
colonizers or what? Yes.
No.
Uh-huh. So, what? Efia, we are listening.
Madam, please let someone else explain. In that part, I did not hear anything.
Yehovah. Frank.
Madam,
Is Frank back? I want the males to also talk. Frank. Kwame. Kwame Seneca. All right. Anyone?
Madam, please, it is the first stage at which the microorganism gets into the food. Thus, it comes from
The
environment.
initial colonizers. Right. Naomi, is it the initial colonizer?
Yeah.
Okay, so the initial colonizer is the first microorganism that comes into contact with the food. So you've prepared a beverage, you've prepared bankum, you've prepared your garden egg stew, your palava sauce, or any food product. The first ever microorganism that comes into contact with the food. It could be from the environment, your immediate environment where the organism will just settle on the food, or it could be a raw material where the microorganism can come into contact with the food. So the first ever microorganism that comes into contact with the food is the initial colonizer. And then the intermediate stages, that is, as the environment within the food changes, as the pH drops during the fermentation, different microorganisms also come into contact with the food. It could even be that the first ever one can be dominant, or another or other microorganisms can come into contact with the food and then take charge of the environment. They also can become dominant. They can dominate the environment. And then we have the stable community. The stable community is relatively stable communities may establish, particularly in the fermentation process or in the fermented foods, where specific desirable microorganisms may be needed. Those microorganisms can come into contact with the food and then they become dominant. They take charge of that environment. For these microorganisms, they always wait for the environment to be stable. Okay, they don't come when there is so much acid or there is so much alkaline. They always come when the environment is stable, and then they also dominate the environment. All right, now let's move to the importance of food ecosystem. Yes, what are some of the importance that we discuss?
Please, it reduces spoilage.
Okay, we said that by understanding the ecosystem, one will be able to control the factors that causes food to go bad, such as the temperature, the moisture content, and hence can prolong the shelf life of the food or reduce the spoilage of food. Yes, any other?
Madam, you also talked about the HACCP. Madam,
Yes.
you said that the HACCP stands for Hazard Analysis Critical Control Point. That is, it's a system which we use to identify and also control hazards. That happens in food processing. So understanding this will help us know or identify the kind of bacteria or microorganisms and then how to control them.
All right. Yes. By practicing the HACCP system or using the HACCP system or practicing the good management practices, one will be able to identify a potential hazard or harmful microorganisms that are likely to contaminate a product during the food processing or food production. And with this, you'll be able to keep in check of the microorganisms. Any other? Any other? All right, now let's move to the microorganisms. There are 5 major groups of microorganisms. 5 major groups of microorganisms. We have the bacteria, we have the algae, we have the fungi, we have protozoa, and then we have viruses. These are the 5 major groups of microorganisms: bacteria, algae, fungi, protozoa, and viruses. And they are all living beings. They are all living beings, female, cellular. Okay, we have cell, or they all have cell. A cell is a bag made up of lipids containing a thick water or dissolved substances, which is chemicals responsible for life processes. So when you look at these microorganisms, this group of microorganisms, you realize that yes, their characteristics, they are living beings, and then they have a cell. And then the cell is a bag made up of lipids containing a thick water of dissolved substance. And that dissolved water of dissolved substance is the chemicals. And these dissolved substances are responsible for life processes. A cell is enclosed by a plasma membrane, which is made up of special phospholipids. When we say a cell is made up of or is enclosed of a plasma membrane, which is made up of special phospholipids. Remember that we said that a cell is a bag made up of lipids, and then that lipid is a special phospholipids. Now, within the cell is a cytoplasma. Okay, within the cell is the cytoplasm, which contains water and many chemicals and special structures, as well as the genome. Okay, the cell has or is made up of lipids containing chemicals that is responsible for life process. And these lipids is made up of special phospholipids. And then within the same cell, is the cytoplasm, which contains water and many other chemicals, and has a special structures made as well as the genome. Now, we have thousands of different chemicals within cells, and they are used for thousands of different but interrelated reactions. So the chemicals that are found within cells are of thousands of different chemicals. Okay, and these chemicals are used for different reactions, even though these reactions are interrelated. They are interrelated. Let's look at the classification of microorganisms based on their cell wall. Now we know what cell walls or cell is. We know what entails in the cell wall. We know the reactions. We said that we have the chemicals that are found in these cells are thousands. They are many, and they are used for so many reactions, even though these reactions are interrelated. Basically, we have two types of cell memory. Two types of cell memory. It's raining heavily here, so if my network begins to, go rough, please let me know. Okay, when there is any breaking. There are two types of cell memories, and they are the prokaryotic and eukaryotic cell memories. Prokaryotic and eukaryotic cell memories. And these two types of cell memories perform similar functions, but they differ in their chemical nature. As in the lipids that are found in these two memories are different. The carbohydrates that are found in these two memories are different. And then the proteins that are found in these cell memories are different. They have different chemical nature in terms of lipids, in terms of carbohydrates, in terms of protein components. Now let's look at the general characteristics of microorganisms. With this, we will take the microorganism, the groups one after the other. We will look at bacteria, then we will look at fungi, we will look at virus, protozoa, like that. So we pick one group of microorganisms. We look at their cell, how their growth are being influencing. Stuff like that. Okay, so let's look at the general characteristics of microorganism bacteria, the bacteria group. Now, the bacteria group of microorganisms are single-celled microorganisms. They are single-celled microorganisms, and they are found in virtually everywhere. Everywhere you find yourself, everywhere there is air, occupants of air, you see or you find those microorganisms there. They are found in water, they are found in soils, they are found in air, and even living organisms. Yes, they are found in living organisms. They can easily contaminate food. Bacteria can easily contaminate food, especially during the processing, handling, or packaging, and even during the storage of food. Microorganisms are everywhere. So during the processing of food or during food processing, food packaging or food handling, if care is not taken, they can easily contaminate the food. Now let's look at their cells. They are prokaryotic cells. Bacteria are prokaryotic cells. Bacteria lack a true nuclear and other membrane bonded organelles. Okay, their genetic material are typically found in a single circular chromosome. Remember, we said that it is a single cell microorganism, and so their genetic material are typically found in the single circular chromosome located in the nucleoid region of the cell. The bacteria do not have a true nucleus. And so their single cell chromosome, their genetics are found in the single cell chromosome. And these single cell chromosomes are located in the nucleoid region of the cell. All right. Now, how they grow, their rapid growth, what influences their growth? They grow rapidly under favorable conditions, such as moisture. So, foods that have a lot of water content or moisture content, mostly they are destroyed by bacteria. Okay, because they grow well in moisture environment, highly moisture environment, highly nutritious environment. Okay, with pH and then temperature. When you give them their right temperature, warm, they can grow rapidly. Bacteria can multiply rapidly through binary fission. And then this rapid growth can lead to spoilage or pose health risks if pathogens strains are present. So when you eat food that are contaminated by these bacteria, because of their prokaryotic nature, they pose health risks on the food that has these pathogen strains in them. Now let's look at their mortality. Some bacteria are motile. They possess structures such as flagella or cilia that allows them to move through liquid environments. Yes, because of their nature, the flagellar nature and their cilia nature, they are able to move through water. And so they are not only found in food, they can also be found in liquid beverages or water. Let me put it that way. Even though we have some that are non-mortal, that are not movable, but most of them are able to move through liquid water environment. That is their mobility or mortality. Now let's look at their metabolic activities. Now, bacteria in food can carry out various metabolic activities, including fermentation, meaning bacteria can cause what? Fermentation. Remember, when we were discussing the beneficial microorganisms, we said that we have bacteria that can be beneficial, we have bacteria that can be neutral, we have bacteria that can be harmful. Okay, so here we have bacteria that can cause fermentation. So their metabolic activities include fermentation, which can be a desirable what in the production of yogurts. So in the production of yogurt, in the production of cheese, in the production of sassafras. Sassafras is the fermentation of cabbage. It is an German food. You ferment cabbage. It's a fermentation of cabbage. And then their fermentation can also be undesirable. The undesirable fermentation of food is the cause of food spoilage. Can you give me an example of food that ferments and then the fermentation is undesirable? Any food that has a lot of water, and when fermentation occurs, the fermentation may be undesirable. Any food.
Madam Kenke.
Madam, please.
Banku. But I know some people intentionally ferment kenke.
Madam, please, vegetables.
Please, a minute. Okay.
Madam,
A
please,
very kenke. And I said that most people intentionally allow their kenke to ferment so that they can mash it. Right? Okay.
Madam,
no.
Madam, vegetables.
Yes. When milk ferments, when milk ferments, it produces acid, which is undesirable. Someone also said vegetables. A typical example of vegetable that ferments. Give me
Madam,
a specific.
tomatoes.
What?
Tomatoes.
Tomatoes. Does tomato ferment? Does it smell
Yes, madam, it ferments, yes.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
What of orange?
Yes, madam.
Yes,
Yes.
it also ferments.
For orange, you can smell the ethanol alcohol in it. It smells like alcohol when it ferments. Okay. So orange has a lot of moisture content, and one activity of bacteria is the cause of fermentation, which is undesirable. In fact, when orange ferments and you're asked to consume it, you will not. Most fruits, when it ferments, unless maybe you are processing it for the beverage, but when it is in its raw state and it ferments, it is what undesirable. Okay.
Madam Pawpaw.
Pawpaw, yes, pawpaw too do ferment, and the fermentation is undesirable. Okay, let's look at food spoilage. Food spoilage, the symptoms or the signs that is shown when food is spoiled by bacteria. Remember, I told you that the signs that shows when food goes bad determines the type of microorganism that is causing the spoilage. Okay, so when food is spoiled by bacteria, what are some of the signs that are shown? Okay, so certain bacteria can cause food spoilage through enzymatic degradation, production of off flavors, off odors, and formation of slime and biofilms. So once you have your soup, you have your stew, and you realize that it has become slimy, know that the spoilage is caused by what? Bacteria. When food produces off flavor or off odor, knows that the spoilage is caused by bacteria, even though other microorganisms can produce similar signs and symptoms. Okay, and then when there is a biofilm, you realize there is a film on the surface of the food, especially garden egg stew or egg stew. When it gets spoiled, you realize as a you can even hold it and pick it. That is the biofilm. And all these render the food unpalatable and unsafe for consumption. As soon as you realize your food is producing off flavor, producing off odor, there is formation of biofilm, or the food is very slimy, please discard the food. Don't say that you are adding charcoal or you are adding saltpeter or you are adding any additive just to do away with the smell. Most people, when their soup goes bad, they add all sorts of things just to do away with the off odor or the smell and then consume it. Please, you might be able to remove or do away with the smell, but don't forget that the toxins that are produced by these microorganisms may still be present in the food. Yes. Once microorganisms produce toxins in the food, you can apply it to the food, the microorganism will die. But remember, the toxin that is produced in the food cannot be destroyed even with the highest temperature. So yes, you can find your way to do away with the off flavor or the odor, but the toxin will still be present, which can even cause acute liver damage. When we get to mycotoxins, you understand this very well. Okay, let's look at their pathogenicity, the pathogenicity of bacteria. Some bacteria are pathogens, just as some are also um, beneficial. Others can also cause diseases. Okay, some bacteria are pathogens that can cause foodborne illness when ingested or when eaten. These pathogens may produce toxins or directly invade the host tissues, leading to symptoms ranging from mild gastroenteritis to severe illness, or it can even lead to death. So I told you, most microorganisms, they are easily destroyed by heat. So when you reheat it, you can reheat it to destroy or kill the microorganism, but there are toxins. Heat cannot destroy the toxins, and these toxins can, sometimes be severe. Okay, they can. Someone asked the difference between the food poisoning and food pathogens. Pathogens, the toxins that are produced by these pathogens can lead to food poisoning, and it can lead to death. I know people who have died as a result of these pathogens. In fact, it was a church program, Christmas dinner, and it was even my uncle. He died as a result of food poisoning. The food poison is not a chemical that was introduced into the food. No. You know, when salads are mixed, the way Ghanaians we prepare our salad, when they are not properly kept or checked, microorganisms can easily react on the food. And when because of the moisture nature of it, they can rapidly grow and produce toxins on it. And when consumed, this toxin, if we don't have a strong immune system, this toxin can cause death. All right. How do we control bacteria? Control measures. Control measures. Various control measures are employed to prevent or reduce bacteria contamination and food and their growth in food. We have various measures that can be employed, control measures that can be employed to prevent the contamination of the contamination of specifically bacteria. We are dealing with bacteria, or even reduce the bacteria contamination and their growth in food, including sanitation practice. So one is having a hygienic or practicing or observing hygienic protocols, keeping your surroundings clean, keeping the facilities where food are produced clean or the environment clean. The personnel that handle food should cover their hair, should always wash their hands, or preferably they can put on gloves just to prevent their hands from directly coming into contact with the food, their bare hands coming into contact with food. They can also wear something to cover their dress so that if there is any bacteria on the surface of their dress, they will not introduce them in the food. So they can put on apron when they are entering the processing room. Okay, another control measure is temperature control. Temperature control. With a temperature control too, you can use refrigerator, as in refrigeration. You can use the freezer, freezing. These two are using low temperature in controlling bacteria contamination and bacteria growth. You can use high temperature. High temperature here, you can cook the food to reduce bacteria contamination or bacteria growth in food. Again, you can do pH modification. That is one control measure, pH modification. You can use preservative, the use of preservative, and then packaging technique. The technique that you use in packaging, especially when you are using the MAP, the modified atmosphere packaging. Here, you make the environment where the food are being stored you change the pH, or you can make it in such a way that it can inhibit the growth of microorganisms. You can use carbon dioxide to modify the atmosphere of the product. Most beverages, they use carbon dioxide to control the atmosphere of the beverage so that microorganisms cannot survive in there. Some uses nitrogen. You can use gas to modify the atmosphere. They are all packaging techniques that are used to reduce microbial contamination and microbial growth. Let's look at their adaptability. The adaptability of bacteria. Adaptability of bacteria. Bacteria are highly adaptable organisms capable of surviving in a wide range of environmental conditions, and that is why they are found everywhere. They are one microorganisms or organisms that are capable of surviving in a wide range of environmental conditions, whether extreme temperature, extreme or high pH level, or when there is salinity, they can still survive in there. They are one of the microorganisms that are very difficult to deal with. In trying to control or putting up measures to control them, they will be becoming adjustable, or they will be able to adjust to that condition or treatment that you are giving to them. They are very stubborn. Okay, so they are able to withstand extreme temperatures or low temperatures. They are able to withstand high or low pH level. They are able to withstand the salinity of food or the environment that they find themselves. Food safety concerns. Food safety concerns. Now, for food safety concerns, ensuring food safety involves identifying and controlling bacterial pathogens through hazard analysis critical control points. So you can do your analysis and identify potential bacteria that can cause contamination, or bacterial pathogens that can cause contamination or can even lead to foodborne illness. And then by once you are able to identify the potential hazards that are likely to occur, you'll be able to know how to control the identified hazard. Okay, so one way for safety, food safety, is ensuring that food safety, ensuring that one is able to identify and control bacterial pathogens or bacteria, the microorganism, bacteria group, through hazard analysis. So you do your hazard analysis, and once you're able to identify the hazard, you try to control or put up measures that will help prevent the hazard from occurring. That is the use of the HACCP system. One can also adhere to good manufacturing practices Okay, good manufacturing practices is observing the hygienic protocols, the personnel that handle food at the food processing area should also observe the cleaning protocols, cleaning their hands, covering their head, wearing the appropriate clothing when entering the processing units. Good manufacturing practice, that is a GMPs, and then also monitoring microbial quality throughout the food supply chain. There should also be a monitoring system to monitor the microbial quality throughout the food supply chain, right from the food processing stage through to the storage, to the market, through to the last place where the consumer will go to the market, purchase them, and bring it home to to use it for preparing food, or to the food gets to the table for consumption. The food supply chain should always be monitored when it comes to food safety concerns. Any question on the bacteria? Any question on bacteria?
Madam, please. Can charcoal kill toxins in food?
No.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Charcoal cannot destroy toxins in food. When human consume toxins, you can take in charcoal to neutralize it in the body. The body has a way of using chemicals in the charcoal to neutralize it. Sometimes you can even vomit, or you can pass it out in a form of stew. But when it is in food, um, the best thing is to discard the food. If you have not consumed it yet, mistakenly, you might not know that this food is poison, especially when it is chemical poisoning. But when it comes to pathogenic poisons, the best way is to discard it. I am not saying that when food is contaminated by chemical, as in chemical contaminants, you can still consume it because you can use no chemical contaminants discard it. But if mistakenly, you might not know. You know, some chemical contaminants is very difficult to detect it when you are eating the food. Some you can easily smell it as you are eating the food. Others you for instance, you spray your kitchen with insecticide spray, and then um, the residue or particles fell on your food. It's very little, and you might not smell it whilst you are eating it. But when you suffer the adverse effects, for that one, you can take in charcoal to neutralize it. But once the chemical contaminant is too much, charcoal cannot, help it. The best way is to go to the hospital for a proper medical assistance. Please, are we all there?
Yes, madam, thank you.
Any other question? All right, now let's move to fungi. I saw a hand up. Oh, okay. Let's move to fungi. fungi. Okay, so the general characteristics of fungi. Fungi too are widespread in nature and they can be found in various environments, including soil, the air, water, and organic matter. Fungi, like the bacteria, are also found in various environments, such as the soil, the air we breathe, the water we drink, and organic matter or organic minerals. Mostly, when you don't trust the source of your water, we advise that you treat the water first before you consume it. Okay. They can contaminate food at any stage of production. During the processing of the food, they can contaminate it. During the packaging or handling, they can contaminate it. Air or even at the storage level or stage, they can cause contamination in the food. Fungi are eukaryotic organelle or organism, meaning their cells contain memory bonded organelles, including a nucleus containing genetic material. Another difference between the eukaryotic and the prokaryotic is that with the prokaryotic, they do not have a true nucleus, but the eukaryotic has a nucleus. So when you're looking at fungi and bacteria, you realize bacteria do not have a true nucleus and their genetics are found in the nucleoid region. But here, their genetics or their genetic material are found in the nucleus region because they have a true nucleus. All right. The fungi produces through spores, which are resilient structures capable of surviving harsh environmental conditions. They are also one strong microorganisms that can withstand or survive harsh environmental conditions. Spores can be dispersed through air. They are easily dispersed through air, water, or contacts. Your dress, as anything they come into contact with it, they can just be dispersed because of their nature, leading to contamination and spoilage of food very easily because of the sporous nature of it. They are dispersed through the air, water, and contacts, and making contamination and food spoilage very easy. Metabolic activities of fungi. Metabolic activities of fungi. Fungi possess a diverse metabolic capabilities and can degrade complex organic compounds, which include carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. Some fungi produces enzymes such as amylases, proteases, and lipases, which contribute to food spoilage or fermentation. So, like the bacteria, where their metabolic activity, they can cause fermentation, and some can also cause food spoilage. The same as fungi, for their metabolic activity, they can cause fermentation and they can also cause food spoilage. They can even degrade the complex organic compounds of certain food nutrients, like those that I mentioned, the carbohydrates, the proteins, and then the fats or the lipids. Okay. Some are able to produce enzymes that are needed for the breaking down of certain food, like the amylases, the proteases, and then the lactases. Fungi can cause food spoilage through various mechanisms, including enzymatic degradation. Most fungi cause food spoilage through enzymatic degradation. Okay, they use the enzymes that are found in the food to spoil or cause spoilage in the food. Okay, some also produces toxins in the food, and then the toxin will cause food spoilage. And some also produces off flavors, off odors, and physical alteration of the food, as in changes in texture, changes in color, discoloration. In fact, the enzymatic degradation is the result of discoloration in most of the food that are that are contaminated by fungi, or that its foliage are caused by fungi. Okay, so for instance, food like carbohydrate food like potatoes or yam, enzymatic reaction can take place, and then the food can be discolored when they are exposed into the oxygen in the atmosphere. Okay, you realize when you peel your yam or potatoes and you leave it there for some time, the enzymatic reaction will occur, and the food will turn into rusty brown color. I am not saying that all enzymatic reactions are caused by fungi, but we have some that are caused by fungi. In fact, you cannot even see, unless maybe the deterioration is viewed under the microscope to see the organism that is causing that discoloration or that enzymatic reaction. Okay. Most common spoilage fungi include species like the asparagus, the penicillium, and then the rest. We have a lot of quite some lots of fungi that causes food spoilage. All right, now we've discussed the beneficial ones, and then we've discussed the one that causes food spoilage. Discuss the one that causes food spoilage. Let's look at the beneficial ones. Fungi that are beneficial when it comes to food production or food processing. Certain fungi have beneficial applications in food production. They have special application or beneficial applications when it comes to food production and food processing. For example, yeast. Yeast are used in fermentation processes to produce bread, beer, wine, and other fermented foods. Fungi such as molds are employed in the production of cheese, sour milk, and various enzymes used in food processing. Certain cheese are best, I mean, they are in the best form when molds grow on them. You leave the yeast there, and molds will start growing on the yeast, and then that is the best. I mean, taste. They produce the best taste, and then it has. I mean, the molded cheese is highly nutritious. In fact, when you see it and you are asked to consume it, you might not because of the mold that has grown on it. But yeast that has molds grown on it are best. It is not all yeast that, I mean, when molds grows on it, it is beneficial. We have some yeast, when you see molds on it, it means it has gone bad. But we also have some type that when molds grows on it, it is the best form of cheese. And say I'm not to, you need molds for it to be, I mean, fermented, um, or we need various enzymes when it comes to food processing. Class, can you hear me?
Yeah, it just came.
Oh, okay. The network keeps going off and on. All right. Now let's look at toxins production, the toxins that these microorganisms produces. Some fungi produce mycotoxins, and mycotoxins are toxins that are not destroyed by heat. Others also produces secondary metabolites that can pose a health risk if consumed in contaminated food. Mycotoxins produced by molds such as asparagus and then penicillium. We have asparagus, we have penicillium, we have the fusarium. And these mycotoxins can produce acute or chronic health effects, including substances or agents that causes cancer, the carcinogenicity, the carcinogens. They are substances that causes cancer. Then we have the nephrotoxicity and neurotoxicity. So when it comes to toxins that are produced by these microorganisms, it's very serious. Those neurotoxicity can even make one paralyzed. It affects the spinal cord or the spinal system, which can make one paralyzed. Okay. So the next time you have your bread and your cake that has molds on it, in fact, when the food is even dry, I mean, for that one, you can cut the molded parts and consume. But food that has moisture in it. When there is mold, discard the whole thing, because if there is any production of toxins from the mold, you might not know how long the toxin can travel in the liquid, and that can cause a serious health effects. Serious health effects. Okay, let's look at food safety concerns. Food safety concerns when it comes to fungi. Like we discussed in the bacteria, to ensure food safety with regards to fungi, it involves monitoring and controlling fungi contamination in food products. And strategies that can be used include adherence to good manufacturing practices, okay, proper sanitation, observing the cleaning and hygienic protocols, temperature control, moisture control, and the use of preservatives, any additives that can be used to prevent spoilage and prolong the shelf life of the food can be used. You can also use antifungal agents. There are also food additives that are added to food to prevent the growth of fungi. Okay, so with changes in climates, globalization of food supply chains, and evolving consumer preferences, new challenges related to fungi contamination and food safety may arise. And these include the emergence of new fungi pathogens, increased incidence of mycotoxin contamination, and the development of resistance to antifungal agents, which can make the controlling of fungal contamination a little bit difficult. Okay, because of changing climates. Now the season where we'll be expecting rain, the rain will not fall. Season that you may be expecting the sun, it will be raining. And because of the globalization of food supply chain, we are here in Ghana in a tropical area, and we are eating products from the Western world, which may need a different temperature in preserving them. Okay. And then the involvement of consumer preference. I like this, I don't like this particular breed or type of food. New challenges related to fungi contamination and food safety may arise. It can make it very difficult when it comes to controlling fungi contamination. And this include the emergence of new fungi pathogens, increased incidence of mycotoxin contamination, and also the development of resistance to antifungal agents. Some fungi can even be resistant to some of these antifungal agents that we may be using to prevent the fungi from contaminating the food. All right, any question at this level? Oh God. Any question? Class? Any question up to this level?
Please, no.
Yes, my dear. Diana, talk.
Madam, please, the fungi growth and the bacterial growth on our food. Please, is it uh, the temperature that usually cause it, or is the moisture? I don't understand how those fungi or bacteria used to grow on our food. I want to know is that the reason why the cause of those growth on our food.
Seka, can you hear me? Cynthia,
Yes, madam, I can hear you.
can you hear me? Can you position yourself well and ask the question? Class, did anyone heard what she asked? The line kept breaking, so I didn't hear it you say.
She was asking with regards to food spoilage caused by this bacteria and then the fungi. She was asking the causes that make the microorganism to spoil the food. Please, if I'm right.
Okay, so if I understand her question, she's asking how these pathogenic microorganism comes in contact with our food, right? How they grow on the food. Cynthia, is that your question?
Yes, madam, that's what I was asking about. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
madam.
Now
I
remember
think
I have uh-huh.
if she can remember in the unit 1, we talk about some of the reasons why food gets spoiled, which is caused by microorganism. So maybe some of the cause can be the water activities in the food, or even the temperature of the food or something. So for bacteria, for instance, they can grow at anywhere. So when they have this conducive environment for them, they are likely to grow. So this, when they get contact with the food, they causes the food to spoil. So there are a lot of causes that involve in the spoilage of food, which is caused by microorganisms. And I think we did this in this semester 1 block 1 or so. We did some of the topics there.
All right. Papa,
Please hold on there. It's ringing. I want to close.
Hello, class. Can you hear me? Class, can you hear me? Hello, class. Can you hear me?
Hello, madam.
Please let me know if you can hear me. It's raining here and my lights are off. So I want to answer Pekai's question and then we end it and see you next week. Can you let me know if you can hear me?
Madam, please, we can hear you.
All right. So Pekai's question. Cynthia, fun guy. Remember when we were discussing these bacteria, I mentioned that they are found everywhere. They are found in the soil, they are found in water, they are found in air. And any place where air can be occupied. Remember, these pathogens are also likely to be found there. Once you breathe, once you can feel the air, they can even settle on the human skin. They can settle on your hand. They can settle on your hair, even the dress that you wear. And that is why we always advise that whenever you are entering food processing units, you need to observe the cleaning protocols. You need to wash your hands. You need to cover your hair. You need to put on apron just to cover yourself. Should you have any of the microorganisms settle on the surface of the body, you will not introduce it into the food. Now, when you have the food or during the processing of the food, because these organisms are found in the air, they can easily settle on the food. That is the first stage they come into contact with the food. Because they are found in any place in the environment, especially the air, they are easily settle on the food. Once they settle on the food, they look for favorable conditions or factors. And that was what our dear sister was telling us in the Unit 1, the lecture 1 we had. We mentioned the factors that are favorable for the survival of these microorganisms. So once they are found in the air, they settle on the food and they get the favorable conditions. They get a right temperature, which is warm. They get the right amount of moisture content or water content. They get the right pH. Then quickly, they will start to multiply and then they grow on the food. As they multiply and grow on the food, they also perform their metabolic activity on the food, which results in the production of their toxins and causes the food to go bad. Cynthia, are you there?
Yes, madam.
So now
Yes,
you know
madam.
how they come into contact with the food and how they replicate or multiply on the food and causes spoilage.
Thank you very much.
They are found in the environment everywhere. They come into contact with it. You give them the right temperature, the right amount of moisture content. The pH medium is good for them. They've gotten all the right factors or conditions that will help their survival. Waka. Then they will start to react on the food and causes spoilage, produces the toxins that can even lead to the foodborne infection that we discussed. And then when one consumes it, you suffer the adverse effects of it. Now, the point is, how do you control these microorganisms from coming into contact with the food? And I mentioned that you need to observe the cleaning protocol. The food processing company can implement the HACCP system. They can adhere to the good manufacturing practices. The personnel that handle food needs to wear appropriate clothing to prevent them from introducing these microorganisms into the food. They need to observe the cleaning protocols. And with all these, we will be able to ensure food safety and produce a wholesome food for human consumption. And with this too, we can help, if not eliminate, reduce the foodborne illness or infection. Please, is your question answered?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Class, any other question? Our time is almost up. Any other question? All right. Cost rep, is a cost rep here? Cost rep, next week is face-to-face, right?
Yes, please.
All right. So see you next week at 12 or 11:50. All right. Have a good evening.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam. Please, we need the slide. Cost rep. Angie, please, I need the slide.